Okay, okay. Dooley, dooley, dooley. So this is Snuggles, emote card. Just take the loot.
Good food feeds body. You know, with all the fighting out there, you gotta
Want to
keep
skip day one,
up.
Diggs bite. We'll find something in the back half. There's no curios on day one anymore, so it's a lot easier to, or a lot less risky to skip 2 shops. Hey, demigod. My sound is low today. Let's see. I might just be talking a little quieter than normal. My voice will pick up as I wake up. Let's go for enchanted item. Interesting. I don't have a cinder. I think I like the charcoal. Even though I don't have any friends yet. And I don't have Andy available because we skipped an Andy. What is this?
My battle days are over, but my weapons, use it well. Make me proud.
Full multicast at least.
Enjoy
Take
the thrill of
drill.
Well, you can.
I don't know, is it drill pulse rifle for now? This is the kind of shop where I wish I had this before picking my enchanted item.
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you. Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action.
That's not helping day one. Yeah, okay.
You do see these tusks, right?
Still getting more healing. Yeah.
No hard feelings, right?
Yeah, I guess that's the downside of going to Big Bite instead of a shop. just less information about what your board is going to be going into the enchanted or skill selection.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Tell everyone you got it here.
It's interesting. Pretty good with drill.
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
More burn.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Technically better than Hamlet right now. Look at to buff the drill. Gonna get away with here. If I do this, this would be this. I think I have enough damage to go here. Oh, micromock? I don't think so. Does it do anything? Just like a bad drill trigger. Companion. Good placehold open board. I mean, it could placeholder, but we're already getting a core, right? It's not like we need a ton more items. It's a pretty bad companion. Yeah, it's the kind of thing if it was the last hour of the day and I still needed to fill the board, yeah, sure, I'll buy it, but I'm not gonna buy something that's that much of a filler item that early in the day. Yeah, this board does kind of suck.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Opponent doesn't scale. Oh wait, yes they do. They scale damage and a bit of shield.
I guess motivation isn't everything.
We scale enough burn, I guess. $42 burn from the soldering gun. Pretty cool.
Curio sells junk. We, Reef, our items have lived. They
Level
have
3
stored.
upgrade is going to go on the drill.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Mech moles.
Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me. Enjoy the thrill of battle while you can.
Skip the Uzi. Okay, I think we can dabbling apprentice.
1 part sulfur, 2 parts. Was it bismuth? I flunked again.
Smart shoppers buy vintage. They don't make these like they used to.
Okay. I guess I'm probably getting less out of Firefly than doing this. Dooley, dooley, dooley. Racing the ignition core. An unenchanted Ulu knife. I guess it's 4 seconds for core.
The bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Still don't have my plasminade.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
The gun had the gun had a friend tag? The drill? Friend drill would be sick.
Buddy, I've got work to do.
Oh, you mean soldering gun? Yeah, I mean, that would also be pretty good. More speed on companion would be really nice right now.
Well, anyway, I've got to get back to work.
I teach, you learn. We're a good team. There are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
Interesting. Very interesting. Hey, Screaming Doctor. Thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I forgot to super syrup. Bad. Yeah, my start is pretty bad, but my drill speed's also really bad. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't put drill here. Huh. Is ignition beginning progressively worse? It's been bad the whole time.
Not to squabble with nobodies.
Ignition hasn't been good since it went to 8 seconds.
Like my crew says at the bar.
Scary.
Another round.
When was that roughly? August? September, maybe? Let me see. July. Shield clutch was insane from the far right item. Yeah.
Few warriors live to
Chocolating
retire.
again.
And
Mech
when you
Mole's
carry my
upgrades,
weapon,
great.
I fight alongside you.
Let's put this in before I forget. I think the overall community was still high on Ignition for a while, but the other cores were better for a while. I think people just didn't know how to play the other cores. There are some starts that can make use out of Ignition, but on average, the others are better. Hey, Auto C Paint. Thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for starting up the hype train. Ooh. Love to see that. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at this.
Look into my eyes, little mouse.
Yeah, I mean, there's some enchanted starts that make it good too. I think it's somewhat justifiable for some microdave starts to one Ignition core. This maybe could have been an Ignition core game with the restorative soldering gun if it was offered. It's not that it's never correct, but you do need something weird going on for it to be good, I think.
You don't have time not to buy this. One less slow-mo in the world. Look at this. You'll be so fast now.
What is it? Shield core? Enchanted duct tapes, maybe? Cool, LEDs is good with drill. LEDs is good with drill. It's just kind of bad with companion core. It's probably better than the Aegis.
Go, do, hurry!
What? 0 cinders. What are we doing, game? Okay, so we've got some haste for our soldering gun, companion core, hasting, and powering up mechmoles and our drill. I do wish I had another shield item, but we've chocolated twice and have defense grid.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Yeah, my problem with shield core is it just feels like they have so many bad matchups.
Next time, boys, less blunder.
Like, you
more
don't beat the
blunder.
good burn boards, and you don't really beat the poison max early. Has Angry Balloon Bot ever been good? Alright. Forgot about that node.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. Your aura guided me. You need
Okay. I think I'm cashing out the drill. Or the syrup. We're somewhat likely to be able to just tempo this drill, do an 11 or day 11 win. In which case, I just want all the crit that I can get. If we didn't have firepower, I might just take the 4 gold. Sleeping Tank can be a lot cooler with any other... any other core. Hey, June August. Obsidian Fang. I am too, but I don't think I want it here. I don't think it's faster than Drill. Like, you could do this. It gets buffed by the mech moles. Probably worth more than the Drill speed. This is a weird board. I don't know. I can't firepower it. We can try this.
Want to get lunch after this? Is that weird?
Yeah. Well.
No such thing
We win.
as a failed experiment. They teach you what doesn't work.
Disrupt more important with the slow. Well, the disruption's nice. It's just... It's one, not that much disruption. It's not like it's charging your core like it is with some others. But, I don't know. I think this was worse than it would normally be because of the slows. How do I keep Hamlet? It's beyond useless. It's soldering gun. What?
Have you seen Sylvia by any chance? Now go out there and be a star!
I like that. Hmm. I want to be hasting... Man. I think it's still this for now.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Zor core. Nah, I can't Zor core. I need to be hasting both of these. Well, I need to be firepowering the drill. Don't think I'm ever kinetic cannon companion core. I'm spending 8 for progress.
Use it well. Make me proud.
I think I like working towards a diamond core.
Nouveau teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Firepower for an item slot. I can imagine this
Go
being
make
good
some
later.
more stories, and come back and tell me.
Good soldering between Zor and Drill. Good soldering between Zor and Drill. Yeah, but then I'm not Zoring the mech mole. I kind of want to Zor the mech mole.
World's too fast for you, huh? Poor creature. Yes, yes, goodbye.
I could get a hammer here. I have a healing item. If I get a poison enchant, you might be good.
Welcome, dear guest. Stay a while.
Upgrade printer playable with CC. I don't really like weaponry printer in anything.
I didn't think this was possible.
Erase moles and soldering. What's the other tool we're playing? I don't have drill on the core, so I lose my firepower stats. I mean, I guess maybe that matters less now that we have 2 hastes for companion core, or for mech mole, but... Things better with the crits. It might be. Let's see what we're working with.
People first, profit 10th. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
There's metronome. Okay. There's also a blue beetle if I want to hold that in case of poison enchant on 9. Anything to play for start time? I guess this. Seems a little wrong. We're also down to only 2 friends. Man, give up the core. I don't know what we're giving up. I can do... I guess you could give up the second Zor haste. Am I even getting more core activations than Zor activations, though? The core is pretty bad. Bang, Metro Mech Mole. Check last shop, you went in to play the core. Yeah.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
So we can launch pad over core. good for the Zor. There's nothing flying the drill. I don't have Black Spider.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Very strange. ETA for patch. It's usually the same time. I think they might have announced a time. I think it's noon EST, 1 p.m. EST. It's usually when it is. Hey, cool guy, dude.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist. Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
Sorta worked. Alright, looking to get the soldering out next. Drill the metro and the moles. I guess this isn't even contributing to my start, really, right? Yeah, the first activation doesn't do anything. Let's see what we're working with.
There's a special
Maybe Stealth
promotion
Trap was
today.
fine.
Everything. If you buy one more, I might get promoted. No pressure, though.
Well, scrap online. What if we did this? God damn it. Something gets griefed no matter what. Just hasting the launch pad makes it so that we get flying on drill sooner. I'm gonna just hold this to, like, throw in a friend that I can make my start faster with. Just get dragon skill and everything will be easy. Not the skill I meant, game.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
It's
Remember,
free to hold.
diamonds come in small boxes. I think that suits you beautifully. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Okay, I'll throw on the drill. So now the Fang would speed up the first drill activation. And what, 2 tools, no relics?
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Probably losing this fight. Oh, and also doesn't really do anything.
Defeat does not defeat me.
We can beat the fellow Dirtler. A lot of ammo. It is. It is.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Love no freezes.
Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise.
So if we do this, Lizard activates at 3, double charges the drill, and gets this going. Triple charges. Do I just want my scaling to come from the Zor? This just gets me 1 more poison. I'd rather scale, right? Heal is not shield. it's good enough. You throw this on drill. It scales.
Discounts for peace. I can feel our energies
that.
resonating. You are enough, friend. But I'm
Can't
glad
afford the
you bought this.
others. Is there a big refactor setup to make Admiral's badge good? Probably don't have enough money to shop here, unless I want to sell the badge. We would be cutting... I just can't cut the mech moles. It's my only scaling. We have no notes yet. I would have to lev pad the drill and play badge. And then every time drill activates, we would get a burn, a slow, a haste. So I wouldn't really need Lizard anymore. I guess I also wouldn't need Zor. This is infinite drill at 4 seconds. Which also slows the opponent's board and has freeze immunity.
My food is gonna make you unstoppable. I bet you feel stronger already, don't you?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Ah, fuck. They don't scale, right?
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Good. 26 slows.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something. Buy from Barcoon instead.
How many
He
nitro
actually
hammers
cares
this
about
round?
this. Not very big though, is it?
I was born in a volcano, all right. I know my incendiaries.
Gets used a good amount. 4-second cooldown and all that.
Big show for you tonight. Big show. And look at that, a big boost for you.
Okay. But I'm gonna have freeze immunity on everything that matters. So do I just go Frost Street Champion?
You look at me, we fight!
Scatter gives me another avenue to scale quickly.
We fight again! Later!
Cool.
Make deals, not war.
Use that for good of all.
Oh, that's not even a tech? Oh my god.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
What is the upgrade even? Come on.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything?
I guess that would have been cool if we still had Companion Core, maybe. Are we ever playing fiber optics?
Those carts are huge for a reason. Buy more!
Okay, so... There's no way to play Lizard, right? I still need the Metro. I can't cut Zor and Metro. Admiral's badge is part of the loop. Launchpad's crazy. I just hate my start being so late. I guess we could speed up the... I can't speed this up. This will be better than Admiral's badge. I don't think I'm killing fast enough for a 2-second start to be better than freeze immunity and slow my opponent's board.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with
Badge is such a
nobody.
crazy card.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
Did I? Oh, I giga griefed. Oh. Good thing we don't need anything. I was wondering why we killed so slow. My bad. My bad. Forgot to put that back. I put the drill back. There's poison next to Zora is pretty crazy too. Is it? Even if it's a trigger on ICD, it's not really that much poison for this stage of the game. 40 poison a second. And it's not like it's even that fast.
Cast aside your deathstruments!
Yeah, I'll upgrade it if it's available for sure.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Just playing the live pad for now. It's the kind of thing like if I can cut the mech mole, then having lizard left pad or lizard thrusters rather than left pad. Crypto at 17. I forgot I even had a crypto. Pulled off a cryosphere build? Yeah. I don't think I've played it recently. It used to be pretty good back when Nitrogen Hammer charged. Another quick check. Make sure there's no lizard setup now that we have thrusters that make sense.
I will not train you to kill. You learn skills quickly, but it takes patience to master them.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Yeah, Blizzard Shatter's cool. It's just, I don't know. It's not that much. We're still getting so many stats out of this mech mole.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
Like, usually I can start is always great. It's just, what do you have to give up? If we were ending fights, like 2 seconds after our start, then yeah, for sure. But it takes us so long to end the fight that I think I just want more scaling to make sure that we have inevitability. Yep, patch tomorrow. Anyway, that worked out. That worked out. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. Be back in like 2 minutes. When we get back, we will play some more. Hope you guys stick around. Okay. Almost top 40.
My childhood was bitter. My daughters will be sweet.
Heavy clockwork disc. That's not bad. Why is this a 2-second slow? Hello? We need to pass on enchanted items. This is silly. I think I want this more. Okay, well, didn't get a cinder. That's okay.
My food is gonna make you.
Let's make the exact same mistake that we did last round.
No leftovers. My kind of eater.
What's the worst that can happen? Who needs shops when you can have 5 regen and loot?
I'll make you dinner. You'll be delicious. Oh,
Huge.
counter space. Precious counter space.
I feel like I'm always supposed to click on Pip on this character, but let's do enchanted item. It's not bad.
Hey, good to see ya. I'm gonna rub this stuff on you. Don't make it weird. Might leave a scar, but nothing a tattoo won't cover. Why do my people live in forests? The cities where the wounds are.
It's that with the skewer. Okay. So that there. Regen items over here. Oh, this is also a regen item. All of my food is regen items. Oh, well. Oops. I could just not play pasta. I care about holding this. Not really.
Oh, I'd rather feed
Let's
you.
see if we can
Right?
beat a day one
Let's
Jules.
make this quick. I have
If we got a good
something in
burn
the
setup,
oven.
we can't, but the regen might be like a scuffed weapon board. A hasteless rice board. Can we talk about how messed up Skewer is as a
I
card?
ordered the dish. Guess I have to eat it.
I think people don't understand how fucked up Skewer is. 5-second cooldown, gets buffed by regen skills, gives you an insurmountable amount of regen in the early game. I want to find my crit item. Don't have any mediums to sell you.
All things in moderation.
I get a noodles.
Business. Happy to exploit you.
Still toast against burn skill? Sometimes, yeah. It depends what else you have. If you actually have a win condition on your board, it still buys you a lot of time in the burn. Like, the fact that it's one slot to do this is the crazy thing.
I've got 4 legs because I carry.
Knife or beak? Your choice.
Like, you could just play this on your own burn board, too.
An outrage.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
There are a significant amount of day one boards that if you just play Skewer and no other items, you'll be winning.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything? Those
Yes,
cards
that's free money.
are huge for a reason. Buy more.
God damn it. Don't really want more regen stuff.
Ooh, that one's on sale. Buy 200, get one free. If I can just
Strawberry
sell
have to be
one.
cold. They have to be cold if you care about the freeze. They don't need to be cold for the shield to regen.
You came all the way here. Might as well stock up.
If I make them cold, then I don't have the regen on the skewer.
Why fight when we can feast?
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Yeah, I play a lot of early strawberries just for the 20 shield to regen. It's pretty good at that. It's the tragic Langshan.
Defeat does not defeat me.
So they bought this on day 2 because they won day 1. Would not recommend.
Eat up, bulk up, get. I bet you feel stronger already, don't you?
Langshan's just a weirdly scuffed item, and that like it only really feels viable if you buy it on the first 2 hours of the game. I believe it's a thing that's going to stay. I think I can go here.
You got your just desserts. Oh, counter space.
Guess that's
Precious
cool.
counter space.
Sure, we're just making the hot sauce faster.
Like they used to.
Usually don't like taking rest on Jules, because usually I'm super strong early on. But, we're kind of not super strong early
Size
on.
dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. I think that suits you beautifully.
Wait, rightmost burn item. We can
Shall
make
I
this
gift
work
wrap
still,
it?
right? Because I just need... Because this can go anywhere. Well, it can go anywhere to the right of my regen items. So I can still do... Oh. It almost works. Do I rank heroes this patch power-wise? I think right now I have it Mac, Jules, Dooley, Vanessa, Stell, Pig. I could just not chill this for now. Oh, right. It is more regen. I guess this works.
Mind if my crew films this for the show?
The top 3 and the bottom 3 are honestly kind of interchangeable. You swap Stell and Pig? Sure, sure. Yeah, I haven't felt Stell's that bad, but... I mean, for what it's worth, Pig's also not that bad. It just feels like if I am going to have a bad game, I am most likely to have a bad game on Pig. When things go right on Pig, I think you actually have the easiest games of any character. Like, there's times where you just curve out and it feels like nothing you do matters. But I think Pig is the character that's most likely to just, like, completely miss. Especially in the mid-game. And you don't really want to ever go to day 14, whether you're Pig or not. Pig can simply lose on day 14. Yeah, like, even the crazy Pig boards have their bad matchups. Pig has long felt like the top train wreck character. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird, because so much of his identity is tied up in all of these econ items. But, like, econ items don't get you round wins. And econ items, I think, aren't as good as people think they are.
I would never debase my wares by...
Like, having 100% more gold than another character does not give you 100% more power in your shops than other characters do. If you spend your gold efficiently, having double gold is probably only like a 10% power increase. You're way more limited by like what your shops show you and how much bench space you have.
You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's obviously not that they can't win on day 15. It's just you really don't want to be there. There's a lot of scary monsters that lurk in the later days of the bazaar.
Pelago belongs to us now.
will never let me forget this.
Big Yusi able to use his economy to scale his board a lot more, though. Not in ways that mattered.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
He used to be able to get a shit ton of HP, if you're talking about back when the level up rewards were around.
I teach, you learn. We're a good team.
I just feel like if I take this, I'm not losing a fight for a while.
I hope we can do this again.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
I'll never resell this.
Oh, look. It's so tiny.
Interesting.
Where's Midsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
I've only got the one tool next to the prep station, but it's still enough to make it activate before the hot sauce, which is what matters. Anything else I want to sell? Probably don't need these strawberries anymore. I could probably get rid of the disc.
I may look refined, but I was raised on the streets. Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
Yeah, I guess there's still things like cash deposits too that let Pig scale well with his economy, but he only is Mac the strongest. He's got the quirkiest and funniest items mechanics. Catalyst, Book of Secrets, potions. Yeah, Mac's in a pretty good spot. He's a good mix of being strong with good variety.
Whew, I feel
The
a
reason to
little
not put Skewer on the
overdone.
station, I can't have Scorch Pepper on it if I put it on the station. There's so many position constraints on the board. Like, it wants to be leftmost or rightmost, but I also need to have my Deadly Hot Sauce in the Final Flame. Cooking Mallet needs to be in the burn slot. I want Noodles in the cooled slot. So if there's a way to work around all these constraints that also get the Skewer in the prep station that I'm just not seeing, then maybe I'm wrong. But as far as I can tell, there's no way to do everything. Easiest champ to play for a beginner. Is the answer Pig? Is Fork a tool? Oh. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't know who else it would be other than Pig. Vanessa? I don't think it's Vanessa anymore. I think there's too many bait lines on Vanessa.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. Happy to make a sale.
I guess Pig has a lot of bait lines too. I don't know, so much of Vanessa's power is tied up in, like, how do you maximize things based on what skills you have access to. Doing well on Vanessa feels like it requires knowing skill pools. Where I think you can get by a lot easier just incrementally upgrading your board as you see things on Pig.
See, Laurel? Mommy wins again!
Like, is there any board you can play on Vanessa without fishing at skill pools? Lighthouse, maybe? But like all the weapon builds need knowledge of the skill pool. Most of the burn builds need knowledge of the skill pool. Stuff like Depth Charge and Weatherglass relies on charge skills. And trying to make those work is pretty complicated. You can maybe jam weapons, but weapons kind of suck. Say Vanessa's the hardest character to play well? No, the hardest character to play well is almost certainly Mac. There's so much going on in Mac. I think once you get over... If I could beam all of the knowledge of what Vanessa's skills do into you, I don't think Vanessa's that hard. The problem is just there's so many things you have to know for Vanessa builds to feel playable.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
And skills are kind of the hardest, the thing that like takes the longest to learn because you see so few of them in a run. Or like the pools that the skills are in is kind of arcane. Same true for Pig 10 times over? No, Pig doesn't care about skills. You can get by on Pig just like buying weapons, buying a drum. Buy weapons, buy your buffers, eventually find something that looks cool, and all of a sudden you're in 28-hour fitness. You can incrementally scale up a burn board. You see a Lion Cane, you see a belt, you see a fort. Like, I think Pig has a lot of boards like that that are really easy to get together and really intuitive, too. Exil's the easiest character to do well with because his power floor is so high. I think it's really easy to get like 6 or 7 wins on Mac. I do think reliably doing much better than that is harder than some other characters, though.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
Like, I think it is really easy to play Mac as a fizzle out on like day 8, day 9 character. Oh, I might rolling. It's day 5. Whoops.
We're listening to your needs. That's good, I guess.
We done Pasta Farmer's Market build? No, I haven't done Pasta Farmer's Market. Kind of easy to play, but hard to play well. You can get by on Mac, just like buying an early game relic, questing it, and then winning a few fights off the back of that. But then trying to turn that into something that wins later is a bit more involved.
Mind if my crew films
Or like you can
this
jam Regen Totem, have a board that completely falls off, but is good enough through the mid game that you're able to get a few wins. Kind of like Jules, except her item quality is nearly as good as Mac. I mean, I think Jules' pivots are a lot more intuitive now. Jules' pivots are just like, buy a gold item.
Next time, boys, less blunder more plunder.
Attack is usually a bunch of different things depending on like what small enchants you have, what skills you have.
Come to learn the way of flame?
It's a fiery farmer's market. I assume that just wins the run. A lot of her gold larges are bad. Are they? I don't know. Some of them are. I need... Pretty sure I still want to be playing Prep Station. Get out of these crits. I have this in the middle of the board, too.
Don't burn yourself, burn others.
It's always gonna grief the burn slot. If I put it here, I could still theoretically do this, but then I don't have the chilled slot. No, I'm not culting away my farmer's market. Am I culting away my farmer's market? Think of all the cool stuff we could get from cult. I never had just like a enchanted farmer's market game though.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Let's try this.
Maybe I'm not cut out for business. Obey my
Magic
command.
8. It's usually the first Wednesday of the month, but it got delayed for holidays. So pasta and egg. That would make sense. I don't have a tool for this anymore either.
Loves me.
Okay, there's a lot of little things we can do here. No one's worried about the upcoming hero. Basically nothing.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
There are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
When is the upcoming hero? We have no idea.
Use that for the good of all.
This is my only burn item. Can turn this cooler into a freezer. Or into a heater. I can also just do this though, right? Just play this to speed up prep. Okay.
Why fight when we can feast?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Market is not a food. Sure. Oh, there's only scales food. No, you're right. Well, at least it scales my regen a bit.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Prep just for regen and a bit of shield. Elders have nothing better to play. I don't want to put a burn item in because it takes away burn from the market. Oh, this could be... Guess if I don't have this constraint to worry about, I can do this. And get my freezes at least. I just not have a Sterling target. Any tools that matter?
A faulty saw cost me my arm. The last time I ever went cheap on tools. It's always that tool you thought you'd never need that ends up saving your butt.
Bread knife's a pretty good one.
I can teach you any skill, as long as you already know it.
So I want this not in play so it doesn't steal haste.
Every spite in the bazaar got a little of me!
This part might be harder to scale than I was expecting it to be.
Woo! That burns!
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
There. That wasn't so bad, right?
Tell everyone you got it here.
How does that interact with gaining max life? It would count as gaining regen from the market if it's on the market, right?
People first, profit 10th. Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Can we do anything? Better than Spider.
Do you have to leave already? I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Yeah. I guess that's how you scale it.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
Are you sure?
There's ways to get passive infinites. Yes. I think there's some farmer's market infinites. Oh, good thing I found scaling. I guess we just eventually one-shot with the bread knife anyway. Maybe not. It does take a while to get our regen high.
I believed in myself and I still lost.
Discounts for peace.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21. Yeah, it's not happening.
I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. You might try JJ's shop. Real friendly
Shield
guy.
medium item, jambalaya. When I gain regen, a burn item gains 2 burn.
What's in the sauce? Secret recipe?
Oh, I'll pay you back for this. Why haven't you moved on from here? Why
Just in
haven't I?
case. I'm more likely to want a chilled slot. For strawberries. I don't know. B5 pantry with durian and stew. Yeah.
Good food feeds body and soul.
I can get 10 gold instead of 5 regen. Guess that's fine. I'm a little on the poor side. Nothing hasting these.
Why fight when we can feast?
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Yeah, Ganali Lux can lead to some silly games. I had a day 4 keychain on Pig yesterday. Uh-oh, I'm getting one shot. Wait, never mind. I am not getting one shot.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
The bronze supposed to have any buffs on it? Nope.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
So I get more regen, which gets me more bread knife value. I guess let's do this. It's not even that much more regen. That weapon tool. I guess terraform
The way
for the burn
an
on this.
explosion hits you kind of feels like a hug.
25% more burn.
Do they make cybernetic heads?
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
I'm guessing Jambalaya does not give double burn buff. Yeah, it just has double burn. Could heal the bread knife. Could... I'll just heal the burn knife. Or the bread knife. I don't want to put another burn item in play that steals Jambalaya buffs. Actually, what does heal and pasta do? 5 times regen? Yeah, I'm getting more of this.
Food is life. Our bodies are just containers for it.
Can't get any regen items from Vanessa? Get Tropical Island? That doesn't do anything, right? Gets me foods for the market. I don't know. keep holding this.
Mind if my crew films this for the show?
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a
I
pattern.
guess maybe holsters would have been fine too. Uh-oh. Over there, board work. Kinda looks like it.
Time is long, but I have none left for you.
Shiny carpet strong. Spicy Day 9 Diamond Palanquin. Don't see that very much. So this upgrade doesn't matter.
Experience is treasure. I will share mine with
I don't have any slows. Take more burn. I really need to upgrade this jambalaya.
Small people. I love them all.
I'm not pivoting to feasts. Post enchant. Got nothing to make freezer good. Doesn't give me regen.
Am I even a master merchant?
Does give me max health, but does take a lot of space.
The world whirls like the wind. Your strength is beautiful.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
Welcome.
No. Sure. Hey, Whispers. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hope your stream went well. We're struggling to upgrade our jambalaya to scale our fiery farmers market over here, but benefits of getting top 100 compared to top 1,000. I don't think there's any ladder rewards, but I could be wrong. I've never really looked into it.
Finds its buyer. It's a. Let's get those dents humming.
Okay. So this doesn't really do anything. This is mostly just econ. This is scaling that I need.
Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, still don't have any of the crit skills for this.
Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Shiny Fang? Good crit? No, okay. Sorry, Mr. Pygmalion. You are not a day 10 board.
I can see you're going places, but I'll be chasing you.
Obsidian Fang, Shiny Fang, Dragon Fang. I mean, this could be the jambalaya upgrade. How much does the chocolate bar really matter? Not at all. Probably not at all.
How'd I get rich? Oh, you know, investments.
I could drop eggs and pasta, but that doesn't do much.
respect, you buy it.
I've ripped so
Yeah,
many
with your
ships,
top 1,000.
they cover the seabed. Mars like a forest. Rare few may tangle with a primordial.
How about we just fight another board that can't beat a ton of regen? This isn't really where I want to be on day 11, but I think it's good enough most of the time. Probably gumballs instead of going fishing for exactly bread knife upgrade. I will sell the chocolate coin at the end of the day here. This only matters if the game goes on longer. And if I get 3 regen or 3 XP, I'm 1 away. This could be bread knife or eggs. I don't know. Kind of like more haste on skewer. It's a coffee. Would I play coffee over the second pasta to haste the bread knife?
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Jules crit package stuff at all viable? The crit package stuff. I had a serving platter game a couple days ago. It definitely can be viable.
If you want something big and ugly, go see Pole.
Well, let's hope we don't die.
But I was raised on the streets.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Oh, we die. Dock line strong. Wait. Dock line's not strong? Dock line's actually not strong?
Defeat does not defeat me.
Oh, I'm tankier than I thought. I guess we get our full first round of regen before Dock lines really destroys us. There's a lot of regen. Huh. We also have pretty bad crit. I don't have any scaling crit. Oh, their only crit is on the mask. I guess that helps too. I think pasta gives more regen after max health increase than crit skewer. No. What? So, how much max health does this give you? This is 5 times the regen, so you're getting 250 life. 250 life is 2.5 more regen to the adjacents, where this is just getting double regen. Double regen should always be better, especially with the red knife too. Like we actually care about our regen number when it gets really high.
Everyone I beat gets dinner on me.
The scaling on the farmer's market is almost irrelevant. You're not getting enough max HP to put a dent in that. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be back in like 2 minutes. When we get back, it's Dooley time. Hope you guys stick around. Okay. 41st. I saw the game fell to mixed reviews on Steam, almost entirely off of the new Chinese localization. Wonder if it would be an interesting stream segment to go over some of the Steam reviews, throw them through a translator.
There's a special promotion today. Everything is for sale.
Be curious if they're complaining about the same things that they're complaining about in the English reviews.
You. What else can I get for you?
I think I like rolling Valpak day one. Guess we can see what this is. Heavy bandages. That one's a lot better when you can upgrade it.
Spend 300 more for free shipping. I'll carry it to your vehicle.
Yeah, like the player base has been growing a ton since the Chinese localization, but it did come at the cost of some bad reviews. Feels weird not cooking Pyro, but I think we're just going skill, trying to play some kind of pulse rifle carry. Is it still growing every day? It's still growing every day. We peaked at almost 7K players yesterday. Looks like today it's dropping a bit. Only a bit, though.
Don't let my youth worry you. The guys who trained me were very old.
Leftmost is the bad one, though. Both of the backups are gone, too. Like, if I roll this and miss on damage skill, I'm also probably not getting a good shield skill. I guess worst case, we just take a burn and pivot. Okay.
It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
That's the English reviews. I don't think the Chinese reviews are the same. It depends. Some comps really care about skill. If I'm still looking to get a board together, enchanted items a bit more appealing when I don't have any direction.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more.
Oh, there's the moles. I can't haste the moles yet. But there's the moles.
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
I suspect I don't beat anything, but that's okay. It's just day one.
My people believe in peace. Boring!
Yeah, no.
Now that was invigorating.
Kinda close. If I'm gonna want to play Mech Moles as the friend for scaling, I guess just give me the gold.
Your gold. We want it.
Try to get Cloak Rifle, maybe.
We won't forgive this. Ah!
So I did say pivot over to burn, but ignition core is not really what I meant. I don't have anything for primal. If I weaponized... I also kind of hate weaponized. I like it more than ignition, I think. If I had flying for this, I wouldn't mind launcher, though I need scaling. I guess this gets me scaling. Ugh. Leftmost.
Gigamart's owner is the ultimate businessman. The more you buy, the more you save. It's just math.
The all-time peak players is before or after Steam release? I'm almost certain it was before.
If I can
Just judging by like Twitch viewership. There are more people interested in the game before Steam release.
Notice me.
I think I still like the duct tape. I don't know. I feel like we just lose to everything. Definitely regretting this pulse rifle start. This was
big for you to steal.
Ugh. It feels like the kind of thing maybe you do when you get the relic skill start and still have all of your gold after your skill selection. But this feels really scuffed right now.
Next time, I'll show you what I learned from this.
I mean, I think the peak for the game was most likely around Mac release. But I am guessing.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
That's just going off of, like, viewer interest. Because I don't really have anything else to go off of. This works the way you want it to work with multi-strike. At least it did when I played it with Goop Flail.
If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Yeah, I don't think I can go here. Try to get the skill. chocolates on day 3. Oh yeah, I almost always take gold chocolates on day 3. On almost every character. Unless my defenses are already really good and I'm looking for damage. It's usually a pretty high priority.
Smart shoppers buy vintage. New is for suckers. Our
This upgrade. I think it's a little bit more permanent. Oh, well, I'll take this too.
Pride in our restoration. They don't make these like they used to.
There is a world where frozen bludgeon is a real item.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Ooh. The bazaar is not kind to the weaponless.
Am I ending the fight fast enough that I want to haste the Uzi? I don't think I am, especially not against Mac.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study you. I lost everything long before you were born. This is nothing to me.
Not bad. I wonder if I'm better off just going full core carry. Uzi carrying. How much damage did Uzi do? I didn't even look. I didn't even look. Okay, I'm not gonna go... No, I am gonna go full. Because if I do this... I can't do this. I can do this. And I scale worse, but... It seems okay. I believe in the duct tape. I believe in the duct tape.
Fire is life, and sometimes the opposite.
I'm a fool. Why did I believe in the duct tape? No!
Ah, thank you!
Almost. Still got 3 XP. I don't know. I don't know if that was better. Also, does this not work? I guess I could just be missing the first crits. It is only 50% crit chance.
Thanks for trusting me. I hope we can do this again.
masters are already pretty scuffed. I think against Jules I want more scaling.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you. Oops. Sometimes I lose track of all these arms.
Okay, still hanging in there. I think I'm losing to this no matter what I do. Well,
Feel the burn! The burn is life!
the crit medium seems pretty legit. Hover attack, I think it's good here. It's also just like kind of a quick core trigger. It gets the weaponized core activating before the pulse rifle. Which can be pretty hard to do early on.
He created us to do evil. It's so hard to stop.
Come on in.
Not chocolating a third time. I don't think you're an item. Is there anything to charge with it? I'll take the duct tape upgrade because it's cheap. I'm not bothering with the bomb squad. Pretty sure I beat this one.
Who sent you? That cretin.
3 XP, 4 gold, that's a win. Yeah, it could have been more though. It does feel bad losing to both 4 XP fights, even if we did still get 3 out of them.
The mouse bites back.
Back in the day, you would have gotten none. Well, yeah. Back in the day was a pretty miserable time to be losing fights. We're probably just looking to full pivot on golds. I don't know. Could have been launchpad. I'd rather shop when golds are available. Another Jules. Take 60. We offered the flight core? Yes.
Let's make this quick.
If I took flight core, I had no way of winning day 2 though. I didn't have the left-handed. Okay, okay. Not scared at all. Choco difference. It often is the Choco difference. Pretty good Uzi damage. We could Sterling the hover tech. That feels like more than a bit of a waste. But I don't hate skipping JJ. Like, I've had games where I play this on day 13. It is an item. Not usually on Dooley, but
If there's one thing I've learned from a life in the movies,
Sterling core and get a
it's how
skill.
to turn silver into gold.
Is that better than getting hover tech? It might be. Just a silver skill, though. I guess there's a lot of hits.
Silver,
Okay.
gold, diamond, it all comes down to confidence.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things. And that's how a master merchant.
We could swap this for a on squad. I don't want to hold this.
Of its averageness.
Hey, Bunui. Thanks for the sub.
Trinit Hyper.
Thanks for the 12 months. Welcome back.
Eldritch Chicken! Devour them! Eldritch Chicken loves me! Don't you, Eldritch?
Maybe the hover tech would have let me fight the hard fight. Maybe the flying's big enough. Hit crook becomes square dually.
Letting go of what holds you down. Think you're ready for that?
Speaking of square dually. I guess
There
tempering.
are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
Rexicus Spexicus. I don't think you have any text. Guess we take this, we're more open to railgun.
Well, you can.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Can't fit this, right? I'd be dropping Hog duct tape, and if I do that, I would still have the weaponized core early enough. This is only flying 2 things, though. It would give me crit chance for the first core activation. Because you could also not play the hover tech. Have Cog on weaponized core guaranteed by putting the propeller hat here. But then nothing else on the board is flying for this. Yeah, that's bad. I guess you? I don't know how much work is required to make this item good. Hopefully not much. I think I'm too far away from Launchpad. If I had any of the friends for it, or even if just this was flying, I'd be down.
Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Very strange. I know I don't play this item as much as I should. I've heard a lot of good things about Ice 9K. I just so rarely feel that it's worth replacing the burn stuff I'm already doing. It seems hard to get the speed for it. Yeah, I'm just losing to a real Dooley board. Pain. Somewhat close.
Small items, small people. I love them all. GSMM manual, page 320. Don't let feelings blind you to profit. Oh,
Not gonna roll you.
It's so tiny.
I need smalls, right? I could have cycled this for 20 life. My bad.
Am I even a master merchant?
This is cheaper to roll.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. You leave it behind, someone else finds
Wish
it.
I found those
It all
first.
works out.
I'm a master alchemist's masterpiece.
Oh, I needed to cut the Hamlet.
You got me, stem and all.
I sell freezy things. Did you get that? Freezing things does kill them. You know that, right?
Nowhere near the level up. Are there any tool freezes on Dooley? Could get a scrap metal that I don't really want to afford right now. Is the small spray thing a tool? The small spray thing. Isocoric? No, the tech.
Oh, Dooley, I'm so glad to see you again, sir. Every factory and junkyard will liberate.
Coolant has no tags.
When we are finished, may I descend
It all
you
seems
for
bad.
study? Just behind the veil.
Good enough. Good enough.
Waits for me.
You beat defenseless Mac. Need smalls so bad.
You're huge! Do you have any huge items?
Nope. Is this good enough at killing? I don't think it is. I think I'm better off with the Ice 9K.
He needs to get his numbers up or something.
Sterling my
You
cog.
may be too young to remember my films, but
It's only a little bit
I was
cringe.
quite the rogue, I assure you. Now go out there and be.
At least we have money now. The core is kind of cuttable. I don't want a Dualtron. I just need my smalls. Can I... That's my enchant? Okay, fine.
A monster? I am a scientist!
Get a diamond cog here.
Months of research!
That'd be pretty cool.
Obliterated!
Fiber optics? Oh, and also that was not my level. Oh, right, there's no level for the node anymore. Well,
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
please be weak, Vanessa. Please be weak. That is a bloodhound. Don't get super tripwired. I might get tripwired enough, though. No, we're good. We're good.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
This bludgeon is actually kind of sick. I'm glad we kept it around. Dooley chat crying about Mac. Are they?
Ah, you've just
I
taken the
try
first
not to
step.
pay
I think
any
that
attention to the
suits you
Discord.
beautifully.
I try to keep my takes as pure as possible. Like, I'll get a bit contaminated by chat, but I don't really watch other bizarre streams or read much in the Discords.
You're a smart
Hey,
one
that's
for
a
your
good
size.
one. Guess I want a nitro.
Tell everyone you got it here.
Something to do. Also, something to do.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Well, that's pretty good.
I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
I've been told this is a pretty good win con. Let's see if it will carry us to day 13. I think just... Does anyone have anything? I don't think so. I'm not flying. Will I ever be flying? We might thrusters this. It wouldn't be a good badge, but it would get me freeze immunity on my Ice 9K. Which is probably worth a slot on a board like this.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. Your aura guided me to what you needed.
And fiber. I guess if there's ever a board that's good on, it is a board like this. You would get a Ice 9K activation every 2. You'd be losing these 3. So at 12, 16, 20. I'm more likely to want. I guess we're just -4 gold. I'm always going to have this for my haste freeze, and it's always going to be a better haste than Mantis.
I'm so glad.
At the very
we
least, it's
shared
funny.
this experience today.
It's probably correct here. Fiber printer all the way to the right. I would get it activating at 4 instead of 5. I guess you guarantee the haste on the... Yeah, I guess guaranteed haste on the Ice 9K is better. Yeah.
Everyone's already so slow, but sure, let's make it worse.
Could also just haste the Uzi. I could. Oh, the reason to not want to do this is it makes the cooling fan bad. I guess it's not the end of the world. We don't need the haste. Just haste on cooling fan is fine too when we've got SMG charging the Ice 9K. I don't know what slow I'd be putting in. Let's just play
Go
cool
on
league.
then, have a little battle or something.
So when you use the leftmost item, the rightmost item gains plus 10 crit chance for the fight. So plus 30 crit chance on Ice 9K. Uzi upgrade is fine. Poisons or burns.
In 100 years when you are dust, I will remain. If you think you've hurt my feelings, I assure you I have none.
The season at 968 rating, which is significantly higher than you expected to be. Oh, cool. Where can you see your rating anywhere, or do you still need to track it in a spreadsheet? The rewards have been a thing, all patched on the official website. Okay, let me... Play the Bazaar. Play the Bazaar leaderboards. Okay. Maybe we'll look at the leaderboards later. Click here to log in.
The bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Hey.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
The whole first page is within 40 points of each other. Wait, what is this MMR system? There's like a 10-way tie for first. It's capped at 1090. What? It's capped at 1090 because the game rounds down. You get less than half an MMR per win at 1090. Okay. I don't know how I've completely avoided knowing about this the entire season. Why would they do it that way, though? Well, I imagine they don't want... Like, the gains have to be flat, right? They don't want the MMR gains and losses to be based on your opponent quality. So it's just eventually going to hit a point where it's getting fractional gains and it's rounding down, but they might have just not thought about that, would be my guess. Well, that's the thing, it's not hard-capped. It's... Well, it is... It's functionally hard-capped. It's not like they intentionally put in a cap, though.
That was impressive.
Let's get those dents hammered out. Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Okay, because it's Xenos Paradox, the cap is 100. Well, no, is it? Is the formula that they use, would you have 0 gains at 110? Or at 1,100? Does it actually approach 1,100 and then stop completely? This doesn't give me an extra burn for burn freeze if we were to get burn freeze. Yeah, but the formula they use caps out at a number. That seems kind of silly. But yeah, I don't know. Async is weird. Trying to have rated async is just kind of weird. I don't know.
The world is pretty scary. You might want some armor.
For fire, could you part of some infinite? What infinite are we assembling?
I hope you come back in one piece.
It would be 2 enchants away from an infinite, right? And we've only got 1 more fight left. Reading scale is average number of wins with +1. Okay, yeah. I don't know what the system is. Tomorrow, what time? I think in like 9 hours. You can check the Discord if you want something that's a little bit more confident. Hasting Uzi is better now. I can't haste the Uzi, though. Like, I can haste the Uzi half the time. But, like, half the time I'm also just going to be hasting a cooling fan or hasting a nitro that's getting cooling fan frozen. Because I can't do this. And I can't move the fiber optics over. Or will I remove a slot? I don't think so. I'd rather just play the Nitro. Like, the haste on this is nice in the cases where the Uzi gets frozen or slowed. Or, like, this gets frozen and it takes a while for the printer to happen.
I have created a new fuel recipe.
Just want burn freeze.
Nightshade knows his poisons, but he's got no flair.
Okay.
No fire.
Uh...
I won't tell anybody you've got that. Element of surprise, you know? Haha.
I do have a shield item. Mr. Pygmalion. What do you got?
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
69 gold. Nice.
I believed in myself and I still lost.
Well, that worked. Definitely worked. Last year passed your last game of the season. Shiny powder keg. Nice, nice. So where are we now? Top 40. So we were at... Where am I? 1046 before this game. And then we gained 2 MMR. To put us tied at 37. Let me bring this up since we've been talking about it. Oh, they have past seasons too? That's cool. Does the formula was definitely different in beta. When did we get to the current system? Is that like season 4? People didn't quite cap it out there. Usually less changed how rank gains and losses worked. I don't know which season that was. Okay, definitely not. There was a big change here. I think there was one more big change after this. Yeah, I don't know when. So right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. 8 people tied for first. Okay. Is the stream not picking up the dropdown? Correct. The stream is not picking up the dropdown. You've got one person, one game out. Or wait, no. These are 10 games out. This is 11 games out. 5 out of 8 Mac, 1 Pig, 1 Nessa, 1 Dooley. Makes sense. Also, definitely makes sense that it's the characters people have had the longest times to learn, too. Like, when your win rate has to be that good to get to the top, you don't really get to do too much experimenting with newer lines that you're not as familiar with. Like, when you've been playing Pig, Nessa, Dooley, Mac for the last, what, 8 months on Mac, 9 months on Mac, and over a year on the rest of them. It's a lot more intuitive what works. A ton of audibling on their climbs. Mac's just that powerful this patch. I will say Mac is probably the character that has to improvise the most. Just by the virtue of how enchanted items come together. Yeah, everyone's within. So has the front page been everyone over 1,000, or has the gap been bigger in previous seasons? The gap has been a bit bigger in previous seasons. No one hit the cap on season 7. I finished 21st this season? What season was this? I don't remember that. Yeah, so it seems like as the player base overall... I was gonna say, as the player base overall is getting better, the gap lessens, but everyone's over 1,000 here too. Next season might be crazy. In what way? It's the healthiest the game's been since before it went to Steam too. I don't disagree. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I don't disagree. I think this is a pretty good patch as far as character balance goes. Literal health? Oh, in terms of players, there was the Chinese localization, which helped a lot. It's also why the reviews fell to mixed. I wanted to do this on stream. I was a bit curious what the difference between the Chinese negative reviews and the English negative reviews are. How do I want to do this? If we go the bazaar. And then we go translate.google.com. Okay, so I think this might be interesting. It also might be really boring, but it might be interesting. So it seems like most of the complaints in English, when I looked over this before, is mostly monetization. People not wanting to spend $20 or like the DLC being too expensive. 20 per character is absurd. DLC pricing. Too many layers of RNG. Okay, that's a unique one. You can search every NPC fight to see which would have the most relevant skills items and simply never have them drop what you need. Okay, I think this person is missing the point of the genre. Like 38 hours? What? RNG is the spice of auto battlers. The Bazaar has unscrewed the cap and dumped the entire bottle of spice in. I agree. This is an issue to an extent, but that's more because of async. Presentation is great. Build diversity is awesome. There's a huge variety of strategies that work if you get the right RNG. Finally, the monetization is just plain weird. Yeah, then there's, of course, this. Chinese market wouldn't have. Yeah, but at the same time, the reviews coming from the Chinese audience have been mixed. Like, the English reviews are positive. The other localizations have been positive. But for whatever reason, the Chinese reviews have not been. This looked like a Chinese review. Oh, can I translate? Okay, let's not Opera AI. Let's... I'd rather just do this. Playing without a guide is a terrible experience, but reading the guide completely ruins the fun. The balance is off, the humor is lacking, and there is no hope of ranking up. It's less enjoyable than Genshin Impact. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I get this to an extent. Like, this is a accessibility thing, right? Like, not being able to see monster fights without having a guide open is a bit silly. And there is some encyclopedic knowledge you just have to know what builds work. Humor is lacking, implies being funny is a prerequisite for a good game. That might be a translation thing. I don't know. Enchant is another one. Yeah. Knowing, like, what items you can enchant to turn into carries can be big. Like, some items don't really work with an enchant, but go crazy with when you get them. I get this. Less fun than Genshin is a bit unhinged, but that might be a joke that's kind of lost in translation. Okay, and then we can filter to just the Chinese reviews. The async PvP lacks a speed-up function. I don't know what the developers were thinking. A match should take half an hour, is dragged to an hour. Are you trying to artificially inflate player online time? It is a complete waste. The optimization and servers are terrible. Having to quit and restart the game is also inexplicable. So they have, like, bad connection issues over there? I have not had any issues with the servers since beta, but it was pretty bad in beta. Other than having to, like, spin up servers in China is causing him to repeat the same issues. I kind of get this complaint too. At the same time, I kind of get why the game doesn't have it. Like, it does make the viewing experience less exciting when you're just skipping combats. Like, you want the combats to feel impactful, but if you're just speeding up through the combats, you don't get that impact. But it's really easy to be spoiled by, like, back-to-back battles, giving you the speed up and being able to just turbo through the combats. There's no such thing as a speed up feature. Speed up feature is just making the game run at half speed by default. Sure. I mean, it's people that don't want to watch the combats because they don't care what the combats look like. They just want to get back to drafting and actually playing the game. You feature in fights after 15 to 20 seconds. That's an interesting middle ground, where, like, when fights are dragging out, they speed up over time. Storybook Brawl did that, right? It probably would make... I don't know. I can't think of a good argument against it. Doubles are mostly out of meta. If there was things like trying to slow activate a double whammy, it would make the last few seconds of the build-up less tense if the game is speeding up right before the activation. But that does seem really not important. How much the game can tell you what went wrong is watching them useful, unlike most auto battlers. I mean, it can be. You can also just like look at your opponent's board, instantly know that you've lost, and want to just skip through it. Decent bit of dev work for something that doesn't actually make the game better. I disagree that it doesn't make the game better. But it could be a decent amount of dev work. Like, it depends what you mean by better. Like, there's a lot that goes into making a good game that is more than just, like, the balance of items and item design. Game feel is a huge part of what makes a game good. Because you just feel compelled to use the speed up function because it makes runs significantly faster. I agree. I don't think that there should be a button to speed up the combats yourself. I could see the argument for the storybook brawl approach of if fights are going long, let's not make them drag out too long and speed it up at like 15 seconds into the fight or whatever. Like, day one fights being 30 seconds long a lot of the time is absurd. That I completely get that. Crit is 4, 2% crit on the first swing. Yeah. Oh my, this one's detailed. Let's see. Yeah, just like a 30-second loading screen on the first combat of the day feels weird. Because, like, you know going into the fight there's no way to lose. There's no tension. But you're just sitting there staring at it. The async PvP perfectly illustrates the Dunning-Kruger effect, with players' skill levels and experience progressing through the 4 stages. Overconfidence zone. Players are unaware of their lack of skill. They blame losses on unfair matchmaking or bad luck, believing their understanding of the game is correct, and that the game deliberately matches them against opponents who counter their strategies. These players are pure beginners, reaching peak confidence upon first entering the legend rank. Game time approximately 50 hours. Okay. The peak of ignorance. Breakpoint legend 500 points. The confidence collapse zone. Players realize their lack of skill. After watching the pro player streams and seeing them consistently win multiple games, they realize their own win rate isn't high even with top tier characters, and they make frequent, obvious mistakes. Okay, they still haven't talked about the game at all. This is a negative review. Oh, this is a positive review. Okay, never mind. They still haven't talked about the game at all, but fair enough. We can read a positive review. These players are just starting out, reaching the Valley of Despair, around 800 points on the ranked ladder. Game time, approximately 200 hours. The Valley of Despair. Breakpoint, Legend 800. The Confidence Rebuilding Zone. Players realize their skill level is improving. They learn from pro player streams and their own failures, incorporating their own unique insights. Winning is frequent, losses are rare, and occasional poor positioning might result in the 7th place finish. They have good understanding of multiple characters and can climb the ranked ladder with top-tier characters. These players are considered skilled. Game time, approximately 500 hours. The Slope of Enlightenment. Breakpoint, 1,000 points. Mature Confidence Zone. Players are unaware of how incredibly skilled they are. They are top-tier players, pursuing creative and unconventional ways to win. They quickly identify the best strategies from the patch notes, judging the strength of new strategies before even trying them. They have a comprehensive understanding of character and item combinations. These players are considered masters. Game time, 500 plus hours. The Stable Plateau. Okay, this was maybe not really a review so much as getting really tilted by reading Discord posts. I respect it. Sometimes you just get tilted by Discord and post a essay in the game reviews. We've all been there. We're slamming your complete move until 50 out. I mean, I'm sure the times are sort of arbitrary. Culturally, this isn't the tilt essay. This is an effort shitpost. I'm missing some context. You're being completely sincere. This is a review that will sell people on the game. I might be missing some context. This is the first time I've seen a game that takes so long to load after downloading it from Steam, and even the progress bar rolls back. I love a progress bar that goes from 50% to 40%. This would also tilt the shit out of me, for what it's worth. After getting in, I had to register an account. The username displayed correctly in Chinese but wasn't accepted. Common English combinations are all taken. After filling everything out, it showed registration failed. Registering again also failed. There was no exit button on the main screen. I had to force quit, go back, deal with the progress bar rolling back. Oh no. Of course, these are minor issues, but it shows the developers weren't very attentive. The first game is locked, you can't choose anything. It should be a tutorial game, but there's no tutorial at all. You just jump straight into the fight. What? That's just the tutorial. They're just saying the tutorial isn't good? I'm guessing this is something lost in translation. Seems like the Chinese servers are roughly where ours were a year ago. Yeah, this sounds yikes. If you have experience with async board games or card games, it's relatively easy to pick up. In your second rank game, it lagged whenever there was a fight, and after it disconnected completely. Yeah, the game loads incredibly slowly every time you start it. The loading time is even slower than downloading the game itself. The main problem is that this is a new game. I don't know which VPN or accelerator works. The cost of the accelerator is almost as much as half the price of the game. I'm also a card game enthusiast, and I bought this because I heard it was fun. Although I didn't have high hopes for the game's network performance, it is impossible to play when the game freezes 3 or 4 times in a single match. The game feels like pig intestines. It might be delicious, but no one would eat unwashed intestines. Definite cultural gap here. This is not a comparison anyone would make in English. This is great. This is great. I'm having a good time. Like, as an accelerator. My understanding is that they use VPNs to bypass certain things, and it ends up being faster when you bypass those things via the VPN. Game is fun, but the servers are terrible. Okay, yeah. So most of these seem like server issues rather than pricing issues, at least. I see more. I just see negative. What is this 93%? Game is garbage. It crashes with error message at 93% loading, and I can't get into the game. Pure trash. Yikes. I don't think we saw this one. Did I not? Oh, I couldn't triple click there. Okay, this is the one that we saw. There we go. I'm triple clicking and then control A-ing. That's... after the update, clicking on one of the upgrade options causes the game to freeze completely. Finally got a game with a perfect starting hand, the network lagged, switching networks. And everything changed? Wait. Not even a rollback? Character selection screen is completely unresponsive. Okay, how about someone that has... That was someone with good playtime. Damn. Is there a recent one with higher playtime? I expect most of the ones that were before the holiday break. When was the patch? that theoretically optimized things. The 29th. So 74 hours, negative review on the 31st. Game is good. Hope they can optimize the localization, and network connectivity. Support the localization done by the mysterious voice. There are competing localizations. These are all just one-word reviews. This one's... I say one-word reviews, but I guess one-sentence reviews. 30 hours, January 5th. Game is okay, translation is terrible. Another one that does not like the speed-up option, or lack of speed-up option. Matchmaking system's a bit annoying. Low-win players get matched with high-win players. Yeah, that's... January 5th, 8 hours? Never seen a game where all of the character information is so hidden. You have to play dozens of matches to figure out what skills a hero has, what their passive abilities are, and what playstyles are viable. The character selection screen is so minimalist that it only has buttons for changing skins and starting the game. I only found out the characters were different after reading the reviews. I thought it was just a matter of choosing whichever looked best. Then I was planning to keep playing despite the disconnections, since I could restart the game and continue. That was until I rejoined the game, found my progress from the previous match was gone, along with my loot box and an hour of gameplay. I was absolutely disgusted. This review is 1000% correct. Yeah. I'm just like nodding along with every statement that he makes. This is crazy that we're a year in and you have to play with a wiki open. At least when you're on the enchant screen, you can mouse over items to see what the enchant does. Or, like, upgrades the same way. Wait, no, you can't do that with enchants. You can do that with upgrades. God, I'm so Stockholm Syndrome that I'm imagining features that the game has. I'm just straight up making up features. Okay. A right-click menu, they can put enchant effects there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think this is the biggest thing. Like, yeah, learning the card pool is always going to take time no matter what game you're playing. Not being able to see the items that the fights have is crazy. Because that's so important. You just can't pick what fight you should take unless you know what the fight has. And you're doing this every single day. Yeah, it's not even a learning curve thing, though. It's you can't make the decisions if you don't have a wiki available. Like, how are you supposed to know which fight you want to click on if you don't know what the drops are, or... I mean, if you even can beat the fight. None of the decisions around the fights make sense if you don't know what items the fight has. So concise. So correct. In only 8 hours. Impressive. I'm imagining this is a technical review, given the 0.3 hours playtime, though it is recent. Matches are very laggy. Don't know when it's loading. Game has a lot to learn, making it difficult to pick up. And then there's the publisher series of actions. First, they didn't release it on Steam, then they did it for money, then there's... Yeah. Okay, so we are finally getting the monetization confusion from China. You can't play without logging into the server, and the server's overseas, so you need a VPN. Oh. I didn't know that. I thought they had native servers. It's hard on the game. Servers will shut down, the game will become unplayable. It's ridiculous people are willing to spend money on a monthly VPN subscription just to give this company more money. Wait. Did they translate it but not have Chinese servers? I thought someone else was saying the VPN was optional. But like the game played better with the VPN. But I might have... Someone might be lost in translation. They can still play without a VPN. It's personal choice. Okay, so this guy's just saying words. Interesting. January 6th, 3.8 hours. Game is fun, service... Okay, yeah. Fair. Yeah, so they're having the rollback problems. I guess if the Chinese servers are so bad that you're rolling back, the VPN is kind of mandatory. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, I wanted just Chinese reviews. What are the more positive reviews? 500 hours. This is going to be someone who played before localization, for sure. Are there any positive reviews that don't have hundreds of hours and are a bit longer than one sentence? 2.6 hours, August. Okay. August. November is pre-localization. August. November, December. 1 sentence. Okay, December 30. Oh, is this the essay guy? No, this isn't the essay guy, is it? Nope, no patch notes. You usually get those when the patch releases. Game is pretty good. Depth, stabilized. You don't recommend it. The game has been out for a while. Stabilized around 2,000 to 3,000 players, meaning the number of new players is limited. Well, thankfully that reversed itself a bit. Game is almost no tutorial, requiring a lot of time investment. Playing ranked matches practically impossible at the beginning. Is the game still that hard at bronze? I feel like bronze should still be pretty free, no? Game is arguably the most difficult to get into. This was from a month ago? Not even a month ago? A week ago? Oh, after overcoming the initial learning curve and doing a lot of research, I've now reached diamond rank. This is really demoralizing for any game dev. I mean, this is a positive review, for what it's worth. I guess it was negative and the update pushed it to positive. How do you leave a negative review and then continue playing the game to the point where maybe it was positive initially? But what I am learning is that Steam reviews are a dreadful place, even in China. I think that's my takeaway. Game of skill-based matchmaking. So when you're in bronze, you only match against bronzes. When you're at silver, you match against bronzes and silvers. When you're at diamond, you match against everyone that is your... You basically match against your rank and below. It's been like that since a little after Steam release, I think. November, August, December. UWO. I'm guessing that's a smiley face. Oops. Game's a lot of fun. Hope the next version will have better localization. Okay. Whispers review. Piss sheet, clamorous, start of combat, slow perma freeze. What? No, you just started seeing legend players. Oh, yeah, yeah. Negative. Theme. Did I? Sorry, I don't know if this is boring for anybody, but I'm having a lot of fun. The game makes a mystery voices videos, but the development team is truly terrible. Isn't the guy that had a translation that we heard about in a previous review, right? The game lacks in-game events, item crafting details, various guides, balance adjustments. Okay. I'm trying to be... There might be some translation issues here. I'm guessing by in-game events, they mean, like, big things. Like the Black Friday event last month. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get anything for the holidays. We got the Bjorn thing, but that was pretty minor. We did get a mid-month patch in December, but this was left on the 31st. Most gotcha events have events every update. Sure. But, I don't know, what are we comparing this to? Are we really comparing it to gacha games? I'm trying to think of another strategy game that would have comparable events. Like, TFT doesn't do anything like that, do they? What's the most popular game in the genre in China? It's TFT, right? We don't have discounted items are the largest mid-month patch we've gotten since before Mac was released. Yeah, but, like, this player has 3.8 hours on record. Their exposure should be that we got an event this month. TFT does seasonal events, but they're basically just normal passes or whatever. Their seasonal event is just, like, cosmetics releasing, isn't it? It's not gameplay changes? Like, the comparison would be, like, getting the Easter Dooley skin last year. Or am I misunderstanding how TFT works? Like the posts on our bazaar. I guess as we read further, it does start to... Initially released a free-to-play game. Earlier they said it wouldn't be released on Steam, and they started charging for characters. Then they sold it for over 100 won, only to permanently lower the price a few days later. Then they started charging newly released characters. Okay, the sequence is a bit out of order here, but sure. Finally, when Mystery Voice offered to help with localization, the developers reneged on their promise and hired a substandard team to translate it into its current state. So it sounds like there's some content creator called Mystery Voice, who people are invested in, who did a localization patch, but they didn't go with his localization. I think this is the second or third review that we've seen this person mentioned. Company both inside and outside the game knows exactly how to manipulate and disgust players and enthusiastic fans who genuinely like their game. This does read like a Tilt review. Little Monk and Kafu are doing localization stuff in Asia. That's not this person, right? Is that just like a third party? TFT basically changes everything but the core features each season. It's hard to compare, so there's currently no expansion rotation in the bazaar. Okay, sure. Not sure Little Monk is the biggest bazaar content creator in Asia, though. Okay. We'll see if his name comes up as we... This is a negative review from August. What were they saying in August that was negative? It's fun, but many basic features are completely missing. Deck building game, yet there's no card. Yeah, okay. Yep. Can't even build your own deck. Well, I don't know about that one, but at least the first two. Fair enough. As you add more and more cards without any mechanism to control the frequency, related cards appearing, how can randomness have anything to do with strategy? Especially in so many strategies. Okay, this is just missing the point. Another ridiculous thing. Did you even test the monster difficulty? Forget the red bordered monsters, even diamond level monsters are incredibly difficult. And with the same number of days, what kind of economy allows you to beat them without getting incredibly lucky? Proceed with caution. Is this while Thug was... Was Thug ever a menace before they put him to diamond? Theros Khan was sometimes really scary. This is kind of justifiable. Thug's ridiculous now, yeah, but at least Thug is marked as a hard fight. I'm trying to think if there's any fights that are really difficult that aren't marked as hard fights right now. I don't think there is. But, like, at the same time, it does just feel bad when you don't know what items the fight has. Because maybe your board is bad into the monster fight, and you wouldn't know if you don't know what items they have. Mosquito Day 6? That's marked as a hard fight. I guess it's not marked as a diamond fight, but it is in the hard slot. Is Foreman not in the hard slot? If Foreman's not in the hard slot, then yeah, that one for sure. Yeah, it is only 3 XP. I mean, Foreman's only hard when it crits you is the thing. The fact that Foreman can just hit a 6% crit and end your life is the thing that makes Foreman obnoxious. There is a limit that diluted the pool can get before you're crossing fingers for redundancy. Well, it's not crossing fingers for redundancy. The cards are being designed for redundancy. Like, we have how many variants of Lighthouse on Vanessa for this reason? The idea is that the bronzes are more generic, and then you filter towards more specific stuff as the game goes on, depending on what you do see. Bonk a hard fight now? Yeah, Bonk's a very hard fight now. Also some wild cards like Hammer and Scrap Metal that let you shop for upgrades than actually hitting the item. Yeah, that's true. There's a negative review from September. The update doesn't include a... Okay, well, that's a bit outdated. Because how many times this game has been updated from closed beta to open beta, every version has suffered from lag. Usually if it lags, you can just quit and restart the game and continue playing, but they crash completely. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably fair. I think the non-Asia servers were starting to be pretty fine around September, but I guess depending on when you played. Radiant Corsair, you don't pure bait. Not sure what board can beat Corsair on time anymore. I beat it last month. I think with Vanessa Burn. Maybe it was Jules Burn. But I think before that, the last time I beat it was just with some Mac pile that had enough regen to not die quickly. Like, one nice thing, as much as I don't like Rejuvenation Totem for PvP fights, one really cozy thing about that board is it kind of can take every PvE in the game effortlessly. You just get a completely insurmountable amount of regen. And none of the fights are one-shotting you. As long as you're not losing to the dock lines, you're probably fine. Kale? I'm curious. It's lagging. Kale. It lags every few rounds. I'll give it a bad review if this isn't fixed, he says, leaving a bad review. I'm sure that's just a translation thing, but still. Infernal Greatsword fight still spooky with infinite regen? I guess that's fair. I usually have some kind of a clock, so it's fine, but I also just never play the board. Surprised no one's mentioned or complained about selling gumballs. It just seems like such a minor complaint in the grand scheme of things. Okay, this guy is really angry. He's got like 10 exclamation points here. What is one trying to say with 10 exclamation points? There are many problems, including no Chinese language support. What? Wait, the translation cut the amount of exclamation points in half. What the fuck? Google. I'll change my review when these issues are fixed. Now there's Chinese language support, but the game freezes 4 or 5 times during a single match. I was about to get my 10th win, and then it froze. That's actually kind of a brutal review. So they tried it in August. They've only played 20 hours total, so they weren't playing much in between. They were interested enough in the game to come back to it when the language translation came out. And then they only played it for a few more hours. That's unfortunate. Like, that's someone who was clearly interested in the game that just kind of got twice in a row. This issue being described in the review was fixed with a hotfix that came out on the 29th. I mean, they played on the 30th. There were a bunch of reviews from January that claimed to still be having issues. I'm not sure how much the hotfix actually fixed. Unless people are, like, leaving reviews days after playing it. This is the type of rage that we translate. Why does it keep getting stuck? 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 Google has no respect for the chain of exclamation points. Yeah, and this was on January 3rd. Also, they continued playing for another 17 hours after leaving this review. But it does sound like this was an issue still in January. Because, like, they only played for 5 hours. That's like one play session. Product refunded January 1st. Yeah, that's what I'm doing this to find out. Like, I'm curious what the issues with the Chinese release are. They're the only reviews that are mixed. And then keep in mind, thousands of games released yearly, giving something a second chance after getting disappointed on first try is not a given. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this person was interested enough, or the person we were talking about that you're referring to, was interested enough to check it out again in December. When they heard it got better. And then were disappointed again. Like, you're probably not getting a third try, but, like, that is someone who would have been a player of the game, for sure. If the game worked for them. Freezes 3 or 4 times during a single match. Severely dampens my enthusiasm. Think I'll wait a bit longer before playing again. Game performs poorly with a bad connection, that's for sure. Yeah. Okay, this is someone that mentions the DLCs. Too many bugs feels like an unfinished product. It crashes frequently, and there are many localization issues. Selling the 3 characters separately as DLC is a greedy move. The animations are too slow, and there's no speed up bump. This is like consistently a complaint. Which meant by the time I finished the tutorial and played one more game, I'd already exceeded the 2-hour refund limit. Oh. Maybe that's why. January 5th negative. Never seen a game where... Oh, we read this one, right? Possibilities, playstyles are viable. Characters, yeah. They were different after reading the reviews. That one was on the main page. Pretty sure we read that one. Sure. Wait, no, this one says Peter. First, thanks to localization efforts. Thanks to Peter, a user on Bilibili who self-localized the game and shared localization tutorials, making it possible to play the Bazaar. This is... Oh, this is from before the official localization. Oh. Interesting. Secondly, the most important reason for the negative review, from testing to free-to-play to monthly subscriptions and then being released on Steam, the operational practices speak for themselves. Okay. So, longtime player, upset by the monetization. Fair enough. Game is fun, dragged out by poor management. Don't recommend most players buy this game. You can wait and see the mobile version next year unless there are no better games to play. But the high learning curve and expensive price are deterrents. Management is inconsistent and unreliable. Another game they published has already served as a cautionary tale, and Bazaar is likely to follow suit. What? What is this referring to? Was there a separate publisher in China? Or are they just chatting? I'm not as interested in the negative reviews from August. I imagine if they're pre-hotfix too, this is just all going to be the game is completely unplayable because it keeps freezing, right? Yeah. Are there any more? There must be a bunch of reviews given how much the player base has gone up in the last few days. Can we... Most helpful of the week. Seen most of the ones that we... Product refund, pretty sure we saw that one. You know, people hate the change monetization no matter where they're from, but yeah. This is 52 hours positive. I'm a bit curious. This looks like someone who's new too, right? 40 hours in the last 2 weeks. Game is fun, few issues. First, regarding lag. I haven't experienced any lag since I first bought the game, even without using a VPN or accelerator, but this might be related to my region. Also, the game requires fighting monsters, but you can't see the monster stats in-game. Items have enchantments, but you can't see enchantment effects. Items have rarity levels, but you can't see either. Yeah. 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 At least it's a positive review. Very much agree with all of the criticisms, as you've said many times. Loading timeout. Well, I don't think I need to translate this to know what this is talking about. Bug. Demo? Someone who came in from the demo? Oh, this is ridiculous. Demo ran perfectly smoothly for 3 rounds after I bought the full game. It suddenly froze during the second match. When I exited the game, I realized the playtime had reached 2 hours, so I couldn't get a refund. A little bit of craziness now, and then is no big deal. Okay, I don't understand, but I guess we live in a society. Six out of 10. Oops. Combination of tactical RPG and roguelike elements with pseudo multiplayer mode. The game is interesting, but instructions and tutorials are too sparse. If you don't consult a wiki, you can only rely on appearances and names to decide on wild monsters and events, which greatly impacts your deck. The card pool is incredibly mixed. You can obtain cards from other characters through various means. The card pool in a single game is ridiculously large, but the strength of these cards doesn't seem to synergize well with the character's main card pool. The shop only refreshes twice, and also offers cards from other characters. Building a powerful deck really depends on luck. Many times, even refreshing the shop 1 to 2 days, you might not be able to upgrade a single card. The main strategy in this game seems to be selling and buying again. The economic system is terrible. You get money at several points during the day, but only once. From the mid-game onwards, you can only afford 1 card at the shop. Okay. So, I mean, this player doesn't get the economy of the game. That's fine. Is there... Like, I kind of get that. I don't know how you communicate that some shops you just shouldn't buy anything at, and that's okay. There's also something that just has to come with experience, too, right? Like, you do want newer players to play with cards, but if they try to play with too many cards, they're just going to get destroyed. It is kind of a design problem, right? Like, how do you both encourage experimentation, but also not get giga punished for experimenting? I don't know. Might not be an answer. Random item nodes kind of help with experimentation. That's true. That's something. A more detailed tutorial that explicitly mentioned click free nodes to build your economy or something like that. Yeah, but it's not just that, right? Like, clicking free nodes doesn't build economy, it just gets you a little bit of extra gold. But if you want to buy things and try them out, you're going to be poor, even if you click on all those, like, 4 or 5 gold nodes. I guess maybe the answer is just play Pig. Maybe that's why people like Pig so much. They can buy whatever they want and never run out of money. Maybe Pig should be the starter character. Or gold reroll early can be brutal if you use them. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That one like gives you something to think about, honestly. In theory, makes sense to the starter. She's the flexible weapons go face character, except Pig does that better for some reason. Yeah. Vanessa does also have some econ items, but they're a little more involved to use than Pig's, where Pigs just throw extra money at you. I don't know. A new player definitely gets more value out of having more gold than someone that knows how to manage their economy. Like, you're way closer to actually getting double value for having double gold as a new player than you are as someone who's more experienced. Mostly because you're wasting so much of your main gold. You think Vanessa's cards are more intuitive to understand what to do with than Pig's? Are they? Matchbox just says throw a bunch of fast items in play. Showcase wants you to have a bunch of weapons that attack kind of fast and some shield items. I don't think even the late game payoffs, other than maybe the property stuff, is all that involved. Drum is pretty intuitive. 28 hour is fairly intuitive. I guess there's a lot of bait 28 hour builds. Textiles and pants can be weird. I think Vanessa lines and play lines are very unintuitive. I agree with that. I think Vanessa's one of the more complicated characters to play for sure. The money system for Pig is not easy. Getting extra money as Pig is as simple as buying a cash register. Or like sitting on a money tree for a couple days. Trying to min-max it isn't easy, but just getting more value is pretty easy. And having more gold to play with. Like clicking to income node is very easy. Port can be weird, not taking CDR early. Are you even respecting Insect Wing as an item as a new player? I don't know. I guess. It's not even unintuitive, it's hyper-specific. It isn't hard to know what you need to do as Vanessa. It's hard to know how to do the thing you know you must do. Yeah. Like the ways to get speed for specific builds. This is complicated at a high level. If you're playing your first game, understanding weapons go with weapons, aquatics go with aquatics. But I think that's even easier on Pig, no? Like, you want to play your Ganjo with this item that has all of the outputs for Ganjo. You want to play weapons with your showcase. You want to play Lumbors with your weapons. Pig is so much stash play, it's overwhelming. I could see that. I could see that. You also don't have the intuition around being able to, like, knowing which items you can ignore. First game, you want to put your item on the board and learn how combat works. That's fair. That's fair. Vanessa is definitely... Vanessa and Dooley are both pretty easy at just putting items in play and clicking next. So I guess Dooley without the tempo cores being good probably doesn't fill the beginner character role very well anymore. Because a better and more intuitive weapons pile character than Vanessa is. In the early mid game, yes. The only intuitive weapon pile on Pig is Drum. That's the thing, like, late game, yeah. Once you start getting into golds, I think Vanessa has more intuitive lines. With, like, hoverboard, pistol sword, that sort of stuff. I don't think those are very hard to find, even as a new player. Tempo cores are probably fine at beginner ranks. That might also be true, yeah. But like, then we're back to the problem of Dooley doesn't really have good economy. New Vanessa players lose to Mac early, so they spend 20. But new Vanessa players aren't running into Macs because the Macs are in Legend. Like, how many Macs are in Bronze? Those people that are going to spend the $20 to unlock Mac are going to be more experienced, right? It's probably not your first purchase in the game. You're probably never playing Mac at Bronze. I would say the straightforward lines of Vanessa are more rewarding. True. Dually economy consists of not clicking shops. Yeah, exactly. Like, playing economy on Dooley is kind of not what you want a new player to be doing. That's not the experience you want them to have. Where the economy on Pig makes you want to click on shops and see items and learn what things do. But I could see the argument that it's too involved. Dooley really only has good economy if you know what you're doing. Excellent art style, rich build system, item and events, low real-time demands, disadvantages, terrible servers, too many bugs, high entry barrier, but the later stages become very boring. Similar to climbing a tower where you force yourself to win multiple consecutive matches. The truly enjoyable time is probably between 10 and 50 hours of gameplay. Really? I feel like that's when the game would be at its peak frustration, though. This is like before you have knowledge of what the cards all do. But like you're kind of over that initial honeymoon phase. Where everything is exciting. I don't know. It's been a while since I was at this range, so it's hard to say. But I feel like this is when it starts like getting more fun. I think he means with the 10 to 50 hour game because there's so many builds you want to try out. Yeah, but this is like when you start having knowledge of the card pool and being able to improvise with things. Imagine the new player experience during charge loop match. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for what it's worth, if the new player just played Dooley, they probably had a fine experience, right? Like, the crazy thing is we refer to that patch as charge loop patch because of the busted things that Pig and Vanessa did. But the best thing to be doing that patch was just jamming Dooley and farming 10 wins, right? Like, everyone at the top of the ladder was just playing Dooley, and he wasn't charge looping. If you played very similar games, you recognize the high depth compared to other games in the genre. Yeah, which is why this seems not correct to me. Like, I almost feel the opposite, where the period between learning what the items do and feeling like you have enough mastery to be able to have your experiments work out more reliably. Like, I feel like that doesn't start until you're around here at the 50-hour mark. But just the force field spam patch? It was mostly tempo cores. I think it was the patch weaponized core was best. There might have been some force fielding still. I don't know exactly when force field got taken out back. I'm sure it was a line. I mean, the same thing, we just think of the different time frame. Yeah. It's just, when you're 10 games in, you've played 5 runs, you still have no idea what anything does. Especially if you're trying to learn different characters. Like, you've played 2 games per character. Maybe if you play quick. You're still just playing blind. Game is an offline PvP auto battle area similar to backpack battles. The balance isn't particularly good, but the abundance of items, events, and other random elements makes team compositions less fixed. Therefore, it is difficult to simply copy or search for specific team comp from other auto battler guides. This somewhat alleviates the balance issues. However, counter strategies still exist, and development is purely self-contained. Okay, what patch was this review from? This is from January 2nd. I think it's kind of crazy to say balance isn't good right now, but fair enough. I guess everyone's take on what good balance is somewhat subjective. Shared card pool, no counter picking based on opponent's team. Yeah, sure. So if this is what you're looking for, you're not going to get it here. Therefore, the negative feedback in later stages far outweighs the positive feedback. If your team is countered, you basically can't win. This is fundamentally the underlying contradiction of a non-PvP game trying to achieve long-term balance. If you don't consider balance and view it purely as a single-player PvE game, you can play however you want. However, this isn't a game. However, a game that doesn't focus on true PvP but tries to achieve balance will inevitably have many frustrating moments. Therefore, non-competitive auto battlers, once the content is exhausted, the enjoyment for players is basically limited to the ranked ladder. Complex events and items only add to the wasted time, addressing the symptoms but not the root cause. For example, some useless events are completely upgraded and randomized, making them practically impossible to choose, completely messing up the build. Okay, so this is the guy tilted by Wink. For sure. I generally agree that there are downsides to async that people don't respect. Yeah, this is definitely Wink. And, like, to an extent, Wink has no business showing up on day 8, day 9. But I think it's a bit more involved than the event is just completely useless and it's impossible to choose. I think Wink is a really cool node to see on day 5 sometimes. If you don't consider balance into it purely as a PvE game, you can play however you want. However, a game that doesn't focus on true PvP but tries to achieve balance will inevitably have many frustrating moments. Yeah, I agree that the lack of player interaction does make the game feel a lot less dynamic, if that's what he's trying to say. Like, there's no adjusting for what your opponents are doing. You just have a plan, and is your plan good into the vague metagame or not? You want no straight roads too, just for the music? Yeah. Wink is there to give failing boards an out. I think Wink showing up in later days isn't the issue, and showing up late in the day when you don't have time to fish for more fixes. Wink is unclickable on day 8. You're never going to turn a Wink board into something that's good on day 8. I agree with you in general. Like, it is there to be a falling out for boards. It's there to give failing boards an out. But it's only going to do that purpose on day 5, maybe day 6. The game would be better synchronous. I think it would be interesting to have synchronous lobbies. I don't know if it would be better or worse. It would be different. in a way that is interesting. Argument about balance seems like half of the time it's about the genre and not the actual mechanical imbalance across items. If you take this loop and make it a more directly competitive game, you'd have like a 10 out of 10 game. Yeah. I mean, again, there are benefits that come with being async. Like, the reviewer even mentions it. Because it's async, you have low real-time demands, which lets you pause and come back at any time. It also lets you take the game at your own pace. You don't have any timers where you're waiting for opponents to sync up with you. But I think a lot of people over-index on the positives and ignore that there are some negatives. Synced lobbies would make Econ Pig cry. Never room for a sideboard. Yeah. I mean, it's not just Pig that would suffer from that. Mac, too. They do plan to have lobbies, but you know how slow the devs are. Yeah, They also plan to have an in-game encyclopedia. And I would argue that's even more important than lobbies, and we still don't have that. I'm, like, kind of surprised that we're localizing the game and pushing for growth before we have in-game quality of life that is so important for new players. Different teams working on it, etc., I guess, but whoops. It's still been so long. The reason for the negative reviews is simple. Besides being fun, every aspect of the game is terrible. It took him 2 years to make a leaderboard that's not even inside the game client. Yeah, so... Yeah. I would argue that the leaderboard is such a lower priority than having an in-game way to see what the fights do. Not being able to mouse over fights and see what they do is such a barrier to entry for new players that it's mind-boggling to me that it is not in the game yet, regardless of how much dev time it takes. I feel like this should have been priority number 1 from closed beta's releasing. Many people find it hard to imagine what this is like. The game treats players, especially Chinese players, like S&M subjects. It is impossible for them to behave like decent human beings unless you punish them. Giving this game a positive review, for whatever reason, is only harming the game. What? That an in-game compendium you can access at any point. I don't know how much an in-game compendium really matters versus having a wiki. Things like being able to right-click cards and see how they enchant, I think, is a big deal. I don't know how important it is to have this be in-game versus forcing people off to a wiki. But especially when there is significant quality of life, like, you have 3 fights in front of you, I want to know what these fights do before I commit to something. Being able to do that in-game, I think, is really important. Or, I have this choice of enchant altars. I don't know what these items do enchanted. Let me right-click on them and see what they do. Where just, like, being able to go into some library and see all of the items in-game, I think you can have that be out of client just fine. You can imagine it sucks so hard to have a single monitor. Yeah, but that's because you're constantly looking up upgrades and fights, not because you need to know what every item in the game is at a glance. For the more involved lookups, I think it's fine to have that be in a wiki somewhere. It would be nice for there to be an in-game compendium. I don't think it would be a bad feature to have, but I don't think it is anywhere near as urgent as knowing what the fights do. Like, the fundamental decision that you face on every day, which fight should I pick, you cannot interface with as a new player at all without going to a wiki. The trial and error, committing stuff to memory. I still have to look up monster fights. Mostly because they've changed so much. But, like, I'm thousands of hours in, and I still look up monster fights. Maybe not once a run, but at least every other run I'm checking a monster fight. Because I'm not sure what items it has. As an async auto-battler game, it features a wide variety of items for each character, allowing for many different build strategies. However, the game currently suffers from numerous flaws. Aside from technical issues like frequent lag, the biggest problems, in my opinion, lie in the tutorial and economic system. The biggest problem with the tutorial is the lack of an in-game item encyclopedia, making it very difficult for new players to understand item combinations. Furthermore, if there is no explanation of each character's unique mechanics, and the game gives you items from other classes at the start. So I'm not really sure how... Like, are you really gonna read every character's items and come to, like, a conclusion of what combinations are good on a character? I feel like this is mostly gonna be, you play the game, you see what your opponents are doing, and you try to do similar stuff as you read items from shops that you have access to and build towards different boards that way. Like, where I feel an in-game item encyclopedia would be cool would be, like, you can filter through items of a specific tag to know what shops you want to go to. I don't think that's a new player thing. Like, this feels like something that gets more useful when you're, like, 20 or 30 hours in. The norm in gaming is you read one guide and start winning. The Bazaar is a big 180. Maybe. Furthermore, there is no explanation of each character's unique mechanics, and the game even gives you items from other classes at the start. You know, that's actually kind of fair. Bjorn is cool as a more experienced player. I don't mind it at all. But the signaling from Bjorn, especially as they just made a major release into a new region, is kind of messed up, right? I didn't really think about Bjorn from that perspective. This undoubtedly increases the learning curve for new players. The economic system in the game is the biggest weakness. The developers, in an attempt to limit gameplay strategies, have incredibly restricted the shop to only one refresh. This renders the in-game currency completely useless in the later stages of the game. Whether your strategy succeeds depends entirely on the random item drops. There not being enough to do with your gold late game, I think, is kind of valid. There are a couple of events that give you a sync, but I don't know where I lie on this. I definitely don't agree that this is a bad design choice, but there is some thing to be said about gold losing value as the game goes on. There are skill shops that you can go to that spend a bunch of gold, but you don't see very many skill shops. There's stuff like Aerodrome, but the difference between having 80 gold and 120 gold at Aerodrome is one roll at Aerodrome. think Shrouded Figure 30 gold, the Super Gold late game node is a sink. Really? I feel like a random legendary item is completely useless on like day 14, day 15. Like, I don't care about that at all. I'd much rather see a skill shop and spend like 40 gold on a skill, or 46 gold rolling and buying a skill. Seeing more skill shops later improve the game though? Maybe not, but more things that are similar. Like, if we replace some of the trashy nodes from, like, the stuff that you don't really care about seeing anymore. Like, if we replace chocolate bars on day 14, day 15, with a node that gives you some use for having a bunch of gold. The click is super good. What are you hoping to get? I guess sometimes you high roll a Blaze Howl Warden, or like, maybe you get an enchant. I don't click on it much, but I just feel like I'm never putting an enchanted item on my board. Eclipse. How many late game boards are able to quickly pivot to Eclipse? SOTD. Which one's SOTD? Sword of the something? IDK, you play Stell. Wait. What Stell boards are getting much better with an Eclipse? Oh, Soul of the District. Sure. Sure. I could see Soul being a better carry item most of the time. I just feel like Eclipse is usually taking some time to pivot into it, or you really want an enchant on it for it to be good. Launch oh, sure, sure. I guess that makes sense. But how often do you already have the launch tower? Like, the thing is not that it's eventually going to be good. Like, it can be a cool click on, like, day 10, day 11, for sure. When you've still got time. But when there's, like, 1 or 2 fights left, it's day 13, day 14, you've already got a pretty powerful board together. You just want to find something to make it a little bit better. I feel like you are not getting much out of a random legendary most of those times. Yeah, sure, sure. How many legendary items are in the game? What are the odds of getting an enchant? It might be better than I think it is. That's not how many days you have left. Yeah. I'm mostly talking, like, day, like, 13 through 15 often just feels like garbage time, where you're going to shops, maybe trying to spike some upgrades, your gold just keeps going up because you don't really have anything relevant to spend gold on. Exactly, legendary items. 23. Yeah, 23 total, 3 enchants. Oh, you can't get a ticket, right? So 22 total? You can get ticket? Oh, you can get ticket. Yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal, but... Yeah, I mean, I probably don't click it as much as I should when I see it early. Mostly because I'm just so interested in the 3 XP, but... Yeah, 323 for an enchant isn't bad. Yeah, for sure. I didn't realize the odds were that good. Interesting. Game is fun, servers are absolutely terrible. I was having a great game, everything was going smoothly, then I told you need to reconnect halfway through, it reset the entire match progress, my equipment and everything I had acquired was gone. I've been playing for a whole hour. RIP! We played another 2 runs. At least they didn't give up. Okay, what about a positive review? The Auto Battler framework design is great, but the balance and operational management are terrible. Playing as the engineer class is currently a miserable experience, and they dare charge for a DLC? In the mid to late game, you're completely helpless. Can't they at least give us a surrender option? It feels awful knowing you're going to lose and being forced to play to the end without even the option to quit mid-game. It's ridiculous. There is a surrender option. Unless they're talking about just, like, in combats, you can't... Like, you've got to sit through the full 30-second combat. Players who play the currently overpowered characters will give the game positive reviews, but if you choose to play a character that's been nerfed to the ground, you're guaranteed to leave a negative review. I mean, during the fight. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. As much as I shit on Pig, I don't think any character is really that bad right now. I don't know if it's the best balance has ever been, but... It's definitely not bad right now. Feel bad for a new player who plays Stell in this meta. I don't disagree. For Stell specifically. But why is a new player playing Stell? I don't know how much you're getting carried by just being in bronze, too. Like, I don't know how bad it feels to play one of the bad early game Stell boards in bronze right now. I do think Stell probably needs another early game pass. It's better than it was back in September. But it does still feel really bad to be playing with the mediocre Stell early game items. There's like a couple more interchangeable parts for the good boards now than there were before. Like, it's easier to get a Ball Blaster board together. It's easier to get a turret board together. It's still miserable to get a balloon board together, but... eh. What would I do to fix Stell, though? I don't know. Stell's a weird character. Stell's a really weird character. I'm still not sure how I feel with how impactful early bronze skills can be across the whole cast. I don't know why they buffed the option to take a skill a couple patches ago. Like, it was a big feel bad when you missed skill, but they're just so powerful. I don't know if just, like, taking some of the power that is in bronze skills and moving them to the items themselves would make a better game experience. If you're dope, but there's no dopamine rush when you hit because it's almost guaranteed. You're like 75% to hit a damage skill, 75% to hit a burn skill. Most people are enchant clickers. Yeah, and you just farm them. I don't know. No, it's not like it's never correct to click on enchant. Like, I probably click it in half my runs. It's not that much worse, but there are so many items that are hard carried by the bronze skill. Part of it is balloon engine doesn't function on 6 item slots, so it's hard to balance for day 1. I would agree the balloon engine is just straight up a bad bronze design. Because of how bad it is on day 1 and kind of day 2. Without bronze skills, weapon sucks on Vanessa, for instance. There are many are pushed into slow burn. Yeah, but like without bronze skill, the burns kind of suck too. Like, vents with a burn skill and vents without a burn skill are completely different items. Lighter with a burn almost stacks burn by itself. Versus lighter without a burn skill is half. But it just depends what you have. Like, when you have your carry item already, and you know what you want to build towards, clicking on bronze skill to further push you into that lane is going to be correct more often than clicking on enchant. Where when you're completely directionless and you don't know what your shops are going to show you yet, and you still need to do shopping on the back half of the day, it's a lot easier to click on enchanted item and try to get a direction that way. Is usually how I think about it. Like, it's not even really a character thing so much as a do I know what I am doing yet thing. And when I know what I'm doing and I click on bronze skill and I hit, I feel like the early game is just so free. Like, on average, a good skill is so much better than an enchanted item. Maybe not better than a high roll enchanted item, but so much better than a random selection of 3 enchanted items. What's going on here? The art style and building mechanics are both excellent. I really enjoy playing this game. Which described as why you favor turret so heavily. I mean, turret really wants a weapon skill. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think turret is the best stealth early game. I think ball blaster's probably second best. I guess maybe airgun. I don't know. I don't play airgun enough. The nice thing about airgun is it doesn't really require a skill. Lack of bestiary monster guide. No detailed information about wild monsters before battle. No indication of potential drops. No battle fast forward option. The Chinese players really dislike no fast forward. I don't think this was as prevalent in a complaint in English. You see it occasionally, but this is like every third review. Someone's upset about not being able to fast forward. Minor issues localization. A battle training simulation would be helpful to test the effectiveness of different builds. Display the enchantment results during the enchanting process. A function to skip the animation when opening multiple treasure chests at once would be appreciated. Fair. It does take a very long time to open a pile of chests. Mechanics like flying, high temperature, and freezing tiles feel too isolated that practical uses for other characters, and there's a lack of interaction between these mechanics. I mean, that's kind of fair. I don't know. There's definitely a lot more interplay with the other 4 characters than the 2 newer ones. I don't know. When I'm seeing off-character shops on pretty much every character, I'm usually just looking for a couple of high roll items. typically. Because in general, card pools are kind of built to work with that character's items. Used to be Rivet Gun, now that isn't the case. Gun used to be good on every character? Yeah, sure. I'm trying to think. Still does have... I think Diamond Rivet Gun is still pretty good. 3 seconds charge an item. I guess there's no, like, fiber optics item on Stel. Because, like, parts picker drone's not really good if you don't have a way to speed it up. And usually the way you do that is joystick. We can combine it with your character's speed option, I guess. I don't know. Pendulum used to be good on every hero. Well, I mean, Mac, you can still get Sampler. Sampler's often going to be good. There's Library. Library can often be good. You can also just, like, get a Catalyst printer, which can be useful. I mean, nothing better. It can be Poppy. Can be used on certain Vanessa boards. Can be used on Jules tools. Yeah, I think Mac has... I would put Mac in the category of the other characters, where he's got a bunch of things that you can hit that feel good. Jules, you can get Chocolate Coin, though Chocolate Coin is probably no longer the best item in the game. Man. If people were complaining about this after Jules' release, I would just point to Chocolate Coin and be like, look, you can get this item. You can get this item on other characters, and it's great. That's the fiber optics. Hydrogen Tank is good off hero. You can have the tag. Are you okay? Thank Jorts is great. True. Yeah, tank can be a high roll for sure. Yeah, I don't mind this too much, though. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you can get, like, noodles, right? Or, like, high-tier eggs and have a 2-second item. That's kind of a thing. Cat on keyboard. The unironic cat on keyboard. Okay, does this just mean good? That pink bean avatar? How wholesome. Nope, that is not good. That is something. Translation with just one symbol is probably pretty scuffed. There's no context to be seen. So, like, stamp of approval, maybe? Like, tamping the stamp? I don't know. Items are randomized, skills are randomized, shops are randomized, monsters are randomized, monster drops are randomized, events are randomized, opponents are randomized, making every game... Oh. Wait, is this a positive review? Is this a positive review? My bad. My bad. My bad. I started this out with a very different tone than I should have. You have ample time to think about each decision, so you don't have to worry about a timer constantly pressuring you to make a decision and regretting not finding the optimal solution. Each game gives you plenty of opportunities. You might lose repeatedly, but then at your lowest point, you might get a key card and turn the tide completely. This means the frustration in this game is far outweighed by the satisfaction. By the way, I've only played one hero so far, and each hero has completely different strategies and focuses, so it feels like it could provide hundreds of hours of gameplay. True. Read it with my rant voice and it'll become a negative review. Read it with a positive tone now. Okay. Items are randomized, shops are randomized, skills are randomized, monsters are randomized, monster drops are randomized, events are randomized, opponents are randomized, making every game unique. There you go. It is kind of hard to... I would not normally expect repetition like that to be a positive review. Almost always repetition in that way is negative. It wasn't just the randomness. Personally, I find it fun. It's essentially an auto battler game, with combat similar to Hearthstone Battlegrounds, but the upgrade choices resemble the decision-making process in Slay the Spire. If you like card games and Slay the Spire, this game is definitely worth playing. As for drawbacks, some people say there are frequent disconnections, but I've only encountered that twice. The localization is decent, though sometimes there's ambiguity. For example, it might refer to the item on the right, but it is unclear whether it means a single item on the right, or all items on the right, or the item immediately to the right. That's fair. I think that used to be an issue even in some of the English wording. The base game has 3 characters, and each character has at least 5 different playstyles. The only monetization is through selling DLC characters, and these DLC characters aren't necessarily stronger than the base characters, but the best playstyle depends on the cards you draw in each game. Nice. Wholesome review. The reason you dislike many other auto battlers is the lack of builds per hero or faction. Yeah. I don't, certainly as the card pools go up, they do seem to be roughly accomplishing their goal of there being more and more things to do as card pools increase. Like, I think Parts Picker was a pretty big boon to there being a bunch of different stell boards to build. Parts Picker opened up like 4 or 5 different builds that weren't previously either competitive or possible. You haven't heard about Mysteria's voice in a while. I wonder what's going on with him. A masterpiece. No need to say more. The top async auto battler, the top battler overall. The regional price of 38 RMB is unbeatable. 38 RMB to USD. $5. Okay. I guess that's why there's less complaints about pricing. Oh, there's also while it was on sale, right? It was like half the price. I was with it for a long time before it even came to Steam, but I quit because of the lack of official Chinese localization, poor optimization, and terrible servers. Now I'm back and enjoying a top-tier experience. Wow. And this was January 4th. So this was after the hotfix, and they say the servers are great. Undoubtedly, this is an excellent card game. It retains randomness while offering profound depth to explore. Compared to Slay the Spire, I think it is equally good, and in some aspects, even better. Although we often say that art isn't important, good art and music can certainly enhance the experience and take it to the next level. Clearly, the game lacks proper marketing. Marketing department catching strays. Was Slay the Spire huge in China? Was planning to request a refund as the review suggested. The game kept disconnecting after hours of playing for a short time. However, I played for over 3 hours without any lag or disconnections, but the next day I couldn't play at all. I had to exit and restart the game after every battle. It's a real shame for such a good game. They have gone on to then play another 25 hours. So I guess it got better? Does Steam encourage you to like go back and update your review if things get better? This is crazy to me. 7 hours at review time 2 days ago. Has since played 25 more hours. I just want to know. I just want to know if it got better. Or are you just like enjoying the game so much that you're powering through horrendous servers? Both are equally impressive. And should transform this from a negative review to a positive review just off of that. Game is good and very fun. However, some features in game are not very well developed, such as the card catalog, boss drops, game encyclopedia. Yeah. Product refunded. 0.1 hours. January 3rd. The internet connection is terrible. Can only access it with VPN, and even after registering, I can't log in. Huh. Yeah, so that's a recent problem. I can't imagine they waited days after refunding it to post the review. The most ridiculous game I've ever seen. It's a single-player game, yet it has an incredibly laggy server. The things you have to do to maintain game integrity in an async game. I would call this game the pinnacle of inventory management and auto-battler games. The early stages might be slow to get into due to the game's complexity, but once you understand the overall gameplay, you'll become increasingly addicted. The game features a wide variety of card combinations, different classes, types of cards can be combined with multiple enchantment effects on the cards. It is difficult to have two completely identical games. Of course, the game also has its drawbacks. You can't check the monster drops in the game before entering combat, and you can't preview specific events of card enchantments. You need to rely on external data websites. Many of the Chinese translations are inaccurate. For example, some cards that affect cards to the left or right don't specify whether it's a single card or all cards in that direction. Interesting. Multiple people saying the same thing. As for the crashing issues mentioned many in the comments, and I haven't encountered them myself, this might be due to regional network factors. Huh. Yeah, so it might not be the servers they're connecting to. It might just be either hops along the way or people just have bad internet. I don't think you need internet to be, like, your internet to be that good to play the game, so kind of strange. This is a comparison to Runeterra. See an LOR in there. This is incredibly fun. The gameplay is the biggest plus point for me. Secondly, the art style is great. The various skins and interface give me a similar feeling to when I played Legends of Runeterra. Whoa. Google Translate. I was unfamiliar with your game. The network is unstable, there's lag, and there's no in-game encyclopedia. The price is very reasonable, and the fact that you can unlock so many skins for free is really generous. I'll definitely continue to support the game in the future. I hope the development team doesn't give up. How to get to reading Chinese Bazaar reviews? I thought it would be interesting, because it is the only language where the reviews are mixed, and they just got the localization patch. So I wasn't sure what the complaints were about. And, I don't know, kind of interesting to read another perspective. Not that. Constant internet connection. Up to your gameplay. Terrible localization. Convenience. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about Mr. Mysterious voice in a while. Maybe it was just a couple of top reviews that got pushed to the top. Localization team is seriously underperforming. Game currently lacks many quality of life improvements. No in-game encyclopedia. This is just every single review. This is every review. It's so justified, too. Bug. 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 Can you please fix bugs in the game? I encounter 2 to 3 freezes in each game. Although it counts as a victory when I return, it is frustrating to have such frequent bugs in a finished product. Huh. At least one actually, stopped playing after leaving a negative review. Encyclopedia would ruin the satisfaction players get for discovering these interactions themselves. I would hope that he never said that. I'm pretty sure he has only ever said that he is planning on having it in the game. Gameplay is tedious. UI and controls are poorly designed. It lacks any sense of excitement. It can't compare to Backpack Hero? What did I just click on? Hold up. I'm curious. What have I just discovered? Okay, I'm glad that I hid the... I'm glad that I hid the Steam menu before clicking on his profile. We're back to safety. Let's not do that again. Imagine 7 hours, something like that, yeah. Why? You don't need to know. You don't need to know. Okay. Anyway. That was fun. I feel like I have more of an understanding of, what the various complaints are around the world. But, yeah, we got a patch in 7 hours. Not really all that excited to play more runs. I think that is going to be it for the stream tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll, be back tomorrow. Same time as always. Playing the new patch. Let's send it over to Joda. Everything but playing Jules. Yeah.